Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settles over Baker Street like a secret being kept, thick enough to muffle the clatter of morning carriages, and soft enough to make the gas lamps glow as if they were embarrassed to intrude. It's the kind of London morning that wraps itself around the city's edges, turning sharp corners gently and making every footstep sound like a question asked in a library. The air tastes of coal smoke and damp wool, that particular blend that tells you autumn is thinking seriously about becoming winter, though it hasn't quite committed to the notion yet. Through the grey curtain, the world becomes intimate, reduced to what can be touched, heard, or half glimpsed through the shifting silver veils. Inside 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes stands at the window with his long fingers pressed against the cold glass, watching the fog move like something alive. He hasn't slept, which isn't unusual, though Watson, still in his dressing gown and nursing his first cup of tea, wishes his friend would at least pretend to keep normal hours. The detective's profile is sharp against the uncertain light, his hawk-like features somehow both relaxed and intensely focused, as though he's listening to a conversation happening 3 streets away. His grey eyes track movements in the fog that Watson cannot see, patterns that exist only for someone who reads the world the way other men read newspapers. "You're staring at nothing again," Watson observes, settling into his chair with the gentle creak of old leather that has learned the shape of him over years. His voice carries the mild concern of a friend who has witnessed this particular mood too many times to be alarmed, but too often to dismiss it entirely. The fire crackles in its grate, sending shadows dancing across the cluttered sitting room where chemistry apparatus competes for space with violin cases, tobacco in a Persian slipper, and stacks of papers documenting crimes both solved and still whispering their secrets. On the contrary, Holmes replies without turning, his voice carrying that particular note of distraction that means his mind is already 3 steps ahead of the present moment. "I'm staring at everything. The fog, Watson, is democracy's great equalizer. It reduces dukes and dustmen to the same shuffling uncertainty, makes every man a pilgrim in a landscape he thought he knew." He pauses, tilting his head slightly. "But it cannot hide everything. Listen, there's a telegram boy approaching, moving faster than the weather warrants. He's been running, which means urgency. The message he carries is important enough to justify the risk of a twisted ankle on these slick cobblestones." Watson listens, hears nothing but the general murmur of London waking. Then, yes, there it is. Rapid footsteps, the particular rhythm of youth trying to appear professional while hurrying. He's learned not to ask how Holmes distinguishes these things. Some questions lead only to lectures on the 17 types of London footfalls, and it's too early for that particular education. The knock comes moments later, sharp and businesslike. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifts up from below, motherly and suspicious in equal measure. Then lighter footsteps on the stairs. A boy of perhaps 14 appears, cap in hand, cheeks flushed from exertion and fog-dampened cold. He extends a telegram with fingers that tremble slightly, though whether from cold, excitement, or nerves isn't immediately clear. Holmes takes it, and Watson watches his friend's expression shift through several states in the space of a heartbeat. Interest, calculation, something that might be concerned if Holmes ever admitted to such mundane emotions. He reads it twice, which is unusual, then hands it to Watson without comment, moving to his desk where he begins pulling out maps of London with the focused intensity of a general planning a campaign. Watson unfolds the telegram, noting first the seal, Whitehall, official, stamped with an urgency that makes the paper feel heavier than it should. The message is brief, almost curt in its economy. Most urgent. Naval matter. Discretion paramount. Mycroft. The words sit there, innocent enough on their surface. But Watson has learned that brevity from Mycroft Holmes is like seeing the tip of an iceberg. It implies vast, dangerous masses hidden beneath. "Your brother doesn't send telegrams for lost cats," Watson observes, setting down his teacup with a care that suggests he suspects he won't be finishing it. Mycroft doesn't send telegrams at all unless the Empire is inconvenienced, Holmes murmurs, tracing a route on the map with one finger. He prefers to remain comfortably settled in his chair at the Diogenes Club, moving nations with memoranda. For him to summon us directly means something has gone sufficiently wrong that the usual channels have failed. He looks up, and there's a light in his eyes that Watson recognises. The game is afoot, as Holmes never quite says but always somehow implies. Naval matter, he says. Submarine plans, I suspect, or something equally explosive. The government has been nervous as cats about underwater warfare since the French started making noises about building their own fleet. Submarine plans, Watson repeats, reaching for his coat with the resigned air of a man who knows breakfast has just become theoretical. Stolen, I assume. If they'd merely been misplaced, Mycroft would have had some clerk fetch them. No, Watson. This has the distinct aroma of theft, possibly espionage, certainly embarrassment at the highest levels. The Admiralty keeps such documents locked away like dragon's treasure, which means whoever took them either had access or talent, possibly both. Holmes is already dressed, moving with that particular energy that means his mind has engaged fully with a problem. The fog outside seems less oppressive suddenly, as though even the weather understands it's been given a rival for mystery. They descend to the street where the fog wraps around them like a living thing, cool and damp against exposed skin. The telegram boy has vanished back into the grey, no doubt already delivering his next urgent message to someone else whose morning has just become complicated. A hansom cab appears from the murk like a ship from distant waters, its horse's breath adding to the general mistiness, the driver hunched on his perch like a gargoyle who's given up and decided to make the best of things. Whitehall, Holmes instructs, climbing in with Watson close behind. The cab lurches forward, and London moves past them in fragments. A flower seller arranging her wares with cold reddened fingers, a policeman on his beat whose face is barely visible under his helmet, a clerk hurrying to work with papers clutched against the damp. These are the people who make the Empire function, Watson thinks, the invisible thousands whose labour oils the gears of power. They'll never know if submarine plans are stolen or safe, never realise how close their world might be to changing. They'll wake, work, return home, sleep, and repeat, trusting that somewhere, someone is watching over the larger forces that shape their lives. The cab driver navigates with the confidence of long practice, turning down streets that Watson only half recognises in the fog. London in such weather becomes a different city, one where landmarks hide and familiar routes feel foreign. They pass the British Museum, its classical columns ghostly in the grey, then into the warren of streets where government business is conducted behind closed doors and thick curtains. Here, the buildings seem to lean together conspiratorially, as if they're all sharing secrets too important for the common air. Whitehall rises before them like a cliff face, all Portland stone and institutional certainty. Even the fog seems more respectful here, thinning slightly as though it knows better than to obscure the seat of British power too thoroughly. Guards stand at attention, their uniforms crisp despite the weather, their faces carefully blank in that way that suggests they've seen ministers and miscreants and cannot afford to acknowledge the difference. Holmes pays the driver and strides toward the entrance with Watson following, their footsteps echoing off wet stone. Inside, the building swallows them into corridors that smell of old wood, floor polish, and the particular mustiness of documents stored too long in rooms with inadequate ventilation. Gas lamps burn along the walls, creating pools of warm light that make the shadows between them seem deeper by contrast. Portraits of stern men in military uniforms or judicial robes line the walls, their painted eyes following visitors with expressions of eternal disapproval. A clerk materialises. They always seem to materialise in government buildings, Watson has noticed, as if they're conjured by need rather than arriving through doors. Young, nervous, with ink stains on his fingers, and the harried look of someone who's been awake too long, dealing with a crisis he doesn't fully understand. He escorts them deeper into the building, upstairs worn smooth by generations of feet carrying the weight of empire, through corridors that turn and double back as though the building's designers suspected foreign spies would need confusing. They arrive finally at a door distinguished from its neighbours only by a small brass plate bearing a number but no name. The clerk knocks twice, waits for a response that Watson doesn't hear but the clerk apparently does, then opens the door and steps aside with visible relief at having successfully delivered his charge. The office beyond is smaller than Watson expected, and somehow that makes it more impressive. This isn't a place for show, but for work. A desk dominated by neat stacks of papers, a bookshelf holding volumes on naval architecture and international law, a map of the world on one wall with coloured pins marking locations that probably signify things Watson isn't cleared to know. And in the chair behind the desk, somehow looking even larger and more immovable than when Watson last saw him, sits Mycroft Holmes. Where Sherlock is all angles and energy barely contained, Mycroft is curves and stillness perfected. He possesses the same sharp eyes, the same penetrating intelligence, but filtered through a temperament that prefers comfort to adventure and influence to action. He doesn't rise as they enter, merely gestures to the chairs opposite with one pale hand, the gesture of a man so secure in his position that courtesy has become optional. "Sherlock, Dr. Watson, thank you for coming so promptly." His voice is cultured, measured, containing neither urgency nor relief but something between them, acknowledgement perhaps that a situation has progressed beyond his usual methods of resolution. "Your telegram suggested alternatives would be inadvisable," Holmes replies, settling into the offered chair with that peculiar grace he has, making even sitting seem like a calculated move in some larger game. "Naval matter, you said. Submarine plans, I deduce. Stolen rather than misplaced, else you'd have retrieved them yourself. Taken some time in the last 48 hours, otherwise the diplomatic situation would already be beyond salvaging." Mycroft's expression doesn't change, which Watson has learned is Mycroft's version of being impressed. 36 hours ago. Someone entered a supposedly secure office in this very building, bypassed locks that are regularly inspected, opened a safe that requires 2 keys held by 2 different officials, and removed a complete set of technical drawings for the Royal Navy's latest submarine design. They left no obvious trace, triggered no alarms, and weren't observed by any of the staff who were, theoretically, on duty throughout the night. "Theoretically," Holmes repeats, his tone making the word sound like an indictment. "Human guards require sleep, Sherlock. Even His Majesty's government hasn't yet devised a method around that particular necessity." Mycroft reaches for a folder on his desk, opens it with deliberate care. What makes this particularly problematic is the nature of the documents. These aren't merely blueprints. They contain innovations in underwater navigation, improvements to torpedo delivery systems and depth management techniques that represent years of research and considerable expense. In the wrong hands, they could shift naval superiority in ways that would take us a decade to counter. Watson leans forward slightly. "You're saying another nation would pay handsomely for them." "I'm saying another nation has almost certainly already paid for them, Dr. Watson. This wasn't opportunistic theft. It was professional, planned and executed with the kind of precision that suggests someone very well informed about our security procedures." Mycroft's fingers drum once against the desk, a rare sign of agitation. The Foreign Office is quietly hysterical, the Admiralty is loudly furious, and I am expected to resolve this before news reaches certain ears in Parliament, the press, or foreign embassies. Holmes has been studying his brother's face during this recitation, and now he stands, moving to the map on the wall. "You haven't called in Scotland Yard." The Yard is, shall we say, adequate for common criminals. This situation requires someone capable of thinking several moves ahead of a sophisticated adversary. Flattery, Mycroft, you must be desperate. But Holmes is smiling slightly, that thin expression that means he's already assembling the puzzle in his mind. "I'll need to see the scene of the theft, interview the officials involved, and have access to shipping records for the London docks for the past week." "Shipping records?" Watson asks. "Documents of this nature are too valuable to destroy, and too dangerous to keep in London once stolen. They'll be moved, Watson, probably out of the country entirely, which means a ship, which means the docks, which means cargo manifests and passenger lists, and the whole delightful complexity of tracking something that someone very clever is trying very hard to hide." Mycroft nods slowly. "I can arrange all of that. But Sherlock, time is not our ally. Every hour those plans remain missing increases the likelihood they'll reach their intended destination. Then we'd best not waste. Hours sitting in comfortable offices discussing how urgent things are," Holmes replies, already moving toward the door. Watson follows, accustomed to these abrupt transitions, and behind them Mycroft settles back in his chair with the satisfied air of a man who has successfully deployed the right weapon against an appropriate problem. Outside, the fog has thickened rather than burned off, turning Whitehall into something from a Gothic novel, all shadow and suggestion. Holmes pauses on the steps, breathing deeply, his eyes distant. "What do you see?" Watson asks quietly. "Possibilities, Watson. A theft of this sophistication suggests organisation. Not a lone actor, but a network. Resources, planning, access to intelligence about government procedures. Someone, somewhere in this fog-bound city, is very pleased with themselves. Our task is to make them considerably less so." He turns, and there's something almost fierce in his expression, the look of a hunter who has caught an interesting scent. "Come, we have a crime scene to examine, and I suspect it will tell us far more than our distinguished employers realise." They descend into the London morning, into the fog and the city's endless secrets, while somewhere in the grey distance church bells mark the hour with their slow, patient voices, counting down the time remaining before stolen plans become published facts, before secrets stop being secret, before the Empire's carefully maintained advantages slip away like morning mist under a coming sun. The game, as Holmes would never quite say, has most decidedly begun. The corridors of Whitehall possess a particular quality that Watson has noticed in all buildings where power accumulates, a hushed reverence, as though the very walls have learned to keep secrets. The gas lamps burn steadily along mahogany-panelled passages, casting warm pools of light that somehow make the shadows between them seem more deliberate, more knowing. Portraits of former ministers and military heroes line the walls in gilded frames, their painted eyes following visitors with expressions ranging from stern disapproval to weary resignation, as if they've seen this all before and aren't particularly impressed by how the living are managing things. Holmes moves through these corridors with the focused purpose of a bloodhound on a scent, though his methods are considerably more subtle. He notes everything: the wear patterns on carpet runners, the slight variations in dust accumulation on windowsills, the way certain doors show more use than others based on the polish worn from their handles. Watson has learned to stay quiet during these initial observations, knowing that his friend is constructing a mental map not just of the physical space, but of the human patterns that flow through it, the invisible currents of routine and deviation that mark daily life in the machinery of government. Their guide is a Mr. Pemberton, under-secretary to someone important whose name Watson didn't quite catch during the hurried introduction. Pemberton is perhaps 40, with thinning hair combed carefully over a spreading bald spot, and spectacles that he adjusts nervously every few moments, as though the world keeps shifting slightly out of focus. His collar is freshly starched, his suit pressed within an inch of its life, but there's a dampness to his palms that becomes evident when he shakes their hands, and a tremor in his voice that suggests he's operating on very little sleep and considerable anxiety. "The office in question is just ahead," Pemberton says, his voice pitched low as though discussing something vaguely shameful. "I must emphasise, gentlemen, that this matter requires the utmost discretion. If word were to reach the press, or certain members of Parliament who shall remain nameless, but who possess an unfortunate tendency toward grandstanding." He trails off, the implication hanging in the air like pipe smoke. "We are the very souls of discretion," Holmes assures him, though Watson detects the faint amusement in his friend's tone. Dr. Watson here is practically a vault for sensitive information. Why, he knows at least 3 cabinet ministers' preferred brands of tobacco and has never told a soul. "I thought there were 4, Watson murmurs, earning a brief smile from Holmes. They arrive at a door indistinguishable from a dozen others they've passed, except for the presence of a uniformed constable standing guard, with the rigid posture of someone who takes his responsibilities very seriously, or who is extremely uncomfortable, or quite possibly both. He nods to Pemberton, eyes the visitors with the professional suspicion of the Metropolitan Police, then steps aside after Pemberton produces a key from his waistcoat pocket. The office beyond is as Watson expected, and somehow more than he anticipated. It's a room that speaks of quiet importance rather than ostentatious power, a modest desk of dark oak bearing the scars of long use, a single leather chair worn smooth by years of occupation, bookcases lined with volumes on naval engineering and maritime law, their spines faded to the soft colours of old bruises. A window looks out onto the inner courtyard, currently grey with fog, and on the windowsill sits a small pot containing a plant that appears to be engaged in a slow struggle against death by insufficient light and irregular watering. But it's the safe that draws the eye, and Holmes moves toward it immediately with the intensity of a cat-spotting movement in tall grass. The safe is Victorian engineering at its stolid best. Iron, imposing, decorated with elaborate scrollwork that suggests someone felt strongboxes should aspire to beauty as well as security. Its door stands open now, revealing empty shelves lined with green felt, a void where something important once rested. Holmes drops to one knee before it, producing a magnifying glass from his pocket, with the casual air of a man who carries such implements, the way other men carry pocket watches. He examines the lock mechanism with minute attention, his long fingers occasionally reaching out to touch surfaces with a delicacy that would surprise anyone who thought him merely cerebral. Two-key system, as Mycroft mentioned, he murmurs, more to himself than his companions. Chubb manufacture, installed 3 years ago, I should say, based on the model and the slight corrosion pattern on the hinges. Well maintained, regularly oiled. The lock shows no signs of forcing, no scratches from picks, no stress marks from leverage. He leans closer, his nose almost touching the metal. But here, do you see, Watson? Watson crouches beside him, peering where Holmes indicates. At first he sees nothing but clean metal. Then, yes, there's the faintest smudge, barely visible, a streak of something that catches the light differently than the surrounding surface. Grease, Holmes pronounces, touching it delicately with one fingertip and bringing it close to his nose. But not the lubricant used for the lock mechanism. This is finer, more refined, the sort used for precision instruments, or perhaps... He pauses, his eyes distant with thought. Or perhaps for making wax impressions of keys. Someone applied this to facilitate the creation of a mould, I suspect. Quick, efficient, professional. Pemberton makes a strangled sound somewhere between protest and dismay. But that would mean someone had access to at least one of the keys long enough to make an impression, yes. Holmes stands, dusting off his knee with absent attention. Tell me, Mr. Pemberton, who holds these keys? Pemberton adjusts his spectacles, a gesture Watson is beginning to recognise as his tell for being uncomfortable. Admiral Sir Reginald Harrow holds one. He's the Deputy First Sea Lord, responsible for naval procurement and development. The other belongs to Sir Edmund Blackwood, Permanent Under Secretary for Naval Affairs. Both men have been with the Admiralty for decades. Their loyalty is beyond question, absolutely beyond. Everyone's loyalty is beyond question, until it suddenly isn't, Holmes interrupts, but not unkindly. Though I'm inclined to agree that men of such standing are unlikely culprits. More probable is that one or both keys were accessed without their knowledge. Where do these gentlemen keep their keys when not in use? In their personal safes, in their respective offices. Pemberton's voice has grown smaller, as though the implications are pressing down on him like a physical weight. Safes within offices within a government building guarded by constables and closed to the public. Holmes walks slowly around the room, his gaze taking in everything. The arrangement of papers on the desk, the books on the shelves, the pattern of foot traffic visible in the carpet's pile. Which suggests either that our thief is extraordinarily skilled at bypassing multiple layers of security, or that they had legitimate reason to be in those offices. An assistant, perhaps, a clerk, someone trusted enough to be left alone for the few minutes necessary to work their craft. Watson considers this. That narrows the field considerably, doesn't it? How many people would have such access? In theory, a handful. In practice. Holmes gestures around the office, at the building beyond its walls. How many clerks work in this building, Mr. Pemberton? How many assistants, secretaries, messengers, cleaning staff? How many people pass through these corridors daily with the casual invisibility of being exactly where they're expected to be? Hundreds, Pemberton admits, looking rather ill. Quite. And any one of them, suitably motivated by ideology, greed or coercion, could be our culprit. Or possibly none of them. Perhaps someone posed as staff, forged credentials, played a role long enough to accomplish their purpose. Holmes moves to the window, looking out at the fog-shrouded courtyard. When was the theft discovered? Yesterday morning around 9 o'clock. Admiral Harrow came to retrieve a document from the safe and found it empty. The plans had been present 2 days prior. Sir Edmund had accessed them to review specifications with a visiting engineer from the Portsmouth shipyards. And between that confirmed sighting and the discovery of their absence. The office was locked each evening as per standard procedure. The night guard makes rounds every 2 hours checking doors. He reported nothing amiss on any of his inspections. Pemberton produces a handkerchief, dabbing at his forehead despite the room's cool temperature. It's as though the documents simply vanished into the ether. Documents, alas, lack the ethereal qualities of ghosts, Holmes observes. They require hands to move them, pockets or cases to conceal them, and exits through which to remove them, all of which leave traces, however faint. He turns from the window, his expression thoughtful. I would like to speak with Admiral Harrow and Sir Edmund if they're available, and the night guard who was on duty. Also, I'll need the names of everyone who accessed this wing of the building in the 3 days prior to the theft. Pemberton looks as though he might faint. That's a considerable number of people, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure it is. I'm equally sure that somewhere in that considerable number is someone who doesn't quite belong, or someone who does belong but behaved in a manner slightly inconsistent with their usual routine. The art, Mr. Pemberton, is in distinguishing signal from noise, the relevant from the merely present. Watson watches his friend with the familiar mixture of admiration and mild exasperation that has characterized their years together. Holmes makes it sound simple, as though one need merely look carefully, and all secrets will reveal themselves. But Watson has seen enough of his methods to know the extraordinary mental effort involved. The constant sifting of data, the rapid construction and demolition of theories, the ability to hold dozens of factors in mind simultaneously while searching for the pattern that connects them. A knock at the door interrupts Watson's reflection. Pemberton calls entry, and a tall man in naval uniform enters, his bearing military straight despite what must be considerable age. Watson estimates him to be in his late 60s. His face is weathered by decades of sea wind, lined deeply around the eyes and mouth, and his white beard is trimmed to regulations with geometric precision. This, clearly, is Admiral Harrow, and he carries himself with the authority of a man accustomed to having his orders followed without question. "Mr. Holmes, I presume," he says, his voice carrying the rasp of someone who has spent years shouting over storms and engines. "Mycroft Holmes has spoken highly of your abilities. I hope he's not overstated the case. We're in a rather difficult position." "Admirals in difficult positions often find the ground more treacherous than the sea," Holmes replies, shaking the offered hand. "Tell me, sir, when did you last personally verify the presence of the submarine plans?" Harrow's jaw tightens slightly, but he answers readily enough. 3 days ago, I was reviewing them with our chief naval architect discussing modifications to the ballast system. We spent perhaps 2 hours with the document spread across that desk there, then returned them to the safe and locked it securely. I'm absolutely certain of that. It's become a habit, you see, checking twice that sensitive materials are properly secured. And your key? It remains in your possession? Locked in my personal safe, as always. I check it morning and night. It was present and accounted for throughout the period in question. But there's something in Harrow's tone, a slight hesitation that Holmes catches immediately. You checked it, or you assumed it was present because your safe showed no signs of tampering? The Admiral's weathered face flushes slightly. I checked the safe was locked. I didn't physically verify the key's presence every single time. That seemed excessive. Excessive in peacetime, perhaps. Less so when dealing with documents that could shift naval supremacy. Holmes doesn't make it sound like criticism, merely observation, but Harrow stiffens nonetheless. I would like to examine your safe as well, if you'll permit, and to know who has access to your office when you're absent. My secretary, Commander Whitmore. He's been with me 8 years, absolutely trustworthy. I'm sure he is. Nevertheless, I would like to speak with him. Holmes turns to Pemberton. And Sir Edmund Blackwood. Is he available? He's in meetings with the Foreign Office all afternoon, I'm afraid. Something to do with the French naval build-up. He won't be free until evening at the earliest. Holmes nods, filing this away. Then we'll speak with him later. For now, Admiral, your office, if you please. And Mr. Pemberton, that list of personnel who accessed this wing, I'll need it by the end of day today. They follow Harrow through more mahogany-lined corridors, past more portraits of stern-faced men who built and maintained an empire through force of will and naval superiority. Watson finds himself thinking about the weight of that legacy, how the decisions made in these quiet offices ripple outward to affect ships at sea, sailors in distant waters, the balance of power between nations. A stolen set of plans seems almost abstract until one considers the human consequences. Battles won or lost, lives saved or spent, futures shaped by who controls the depths beneath the waves. Harrow's office is larger than the one they just left, befitting his rank, with windows overlooking the Thames. Even through the fog, Watson can make out the vague shapes of vessels moving on the water. Coal barges, passenger steamers, the occasional naval patrol boat. The Admiral's desk is neat but not obsessively so, bearing the comfortable disorder of active work rather than ceremonial display. Photographs in silver frames show ships, naval crews, a much younger Harrow in various stages of his career ascending through the ranks. The safe here is similar to the other, perhaps slightly older, set into the wall behind a portrait of Nelson at Trafalgar. Holmes examines it with the same meticulous attention, finding, Watson assumes, similar signs of professional tampering. The Admiral's key is produced from the safe itself, verified present, though Holmes points out that a sufficiently skilled operator could have borrowed it, made an impression, and returned it within the space of hours, possibly even minutes if they worked with swift confidence. Commander Whitmore is summoned, a man in his 30s, efficient in manner, clearly competent and visibly distressed by the implications of the questions Holmes asks. No, he didn't notice anyone unusual near the Admiral's office. Yes, cleaning staff come through each evening, but they're regular employees, familiar faces. No, he can't account for every moment the office stood empty, but it's a government building. One assumes a certain level of security. His voice trails off under Holmes's steady gaze, the unspoken accusation hanging in the air that assumptions are what allowed this theft to occur in the first place. By the time they leave Harrow's office, Watson's pocket watch shows past noon, though the fog-filtered light makes the hour ambiguous. His stomach reminds him that they left Baker Street without breakfast, and he's about to suggest finding somewhere for lunch when Holmes turns to Pemberton with renewed purpose. The night guard, I need to speak with him immediately. Pemberton leads them down and down through increasingly utilitarian corridors where the mahogany gives way to plain-painted walls and the portraits disappear entirely. They're in the working bowels of the building now, where the machinery of the Empire shows its less elegant side. A small room near what Watson assumes is a side entrance serves as the guard's station, currently occupied by a young constable reading a newspaper and a middle-aged man in the uniform of a private security firm looking distinctly uncomfortable at the attention. His name is Fitzwilliam. He's worked building security for 12 years, and he's absolutely certain he checked every door on his rounds, saw nothing unusual, heard nothing suspicious. But his certainty wavers under Holmes's gentle but persistent questioning, cracks appearing in his confident recollection. You made your 2 o'clock round on the night in question? Yes, sir, like clockwork. And you physically tried every door or walked past them observing they appeared secure? A pause. Well, most of them I could see were locked from the corridor, sir. No need to rattle every handle when there's dozens to check. Dozens, Holmes repeats softly. And if one had been carefully relocked after being opened, you wouldn't have noticed the difference. Fitzwilliam's face goes pale. I suppose not. Put it that way. Holmes doesn't press further, sensing perhaps that the man is already sufficiently disturbed by his own realization of failure. Instead, he thanks him politely and turns to leave, Watson and Pemberton following in his wake like ships in the lee of a larger vessel. Outside, the fog has finally begun to thin, though London remains wrapped in grey. Holmes stands on the steps of Whitehall, his eyes distant, processing everything they've learned. Watson waits, knowing this silence is where the real work happens, where his friend's extraordinary mind sifts through data, discards irrelevances, identifies patterns. Well, Watson finally asks. Well, Holmes echoes, we have a theft executed with professional precision by someone with either access to restricted areas or the ability to convincingly appear as though they had such access. We have keys that were almost certainly copied, though when and by whom remains unclear. We have guards who saw nothing, which tells us our thief understands routines well enough to work within their gaps, and we have documents that are currently somewhere in London, or more likely, about to leave it entirely. Your brother mentioned shipping records. Yes, because there are only so many ways to move something valuable out of Britain, and all of them involve manifests, customs inspections, and the beautiful bureaucratic paper trail that makes our modern age so wonderfully transparent to those who know how to read it. Holmes's expression sharpens. Tomorrow, Watson, we descend to the docks, but tonight I have perhaps 300 pages of shipping documents to review, and you have the pleasure of Mrs. Hudson's cooking and a warm fire while I work. You'll strain your eyes reading until dawn. My eyes are the least of my concerns. Somewhere in London, a spy is congratulating themselves on a theft well executed. I intend to make their satisfaction extremely short-lived. They walk back toward Baker Street through the thinning fog, through a city that holds its secrets close, through streets where 1,000 small crimes and large ones happen daily in the vast indifference of urban life. And Watson thinks about how fragile it all is really, this empire, this power, maintained not by force alone but by the careful guarding of advantages, by staying one step ahead in the endless race of nations. One theft, one set of plans reaching the wrong hands, and the balance shifts. Somewhere beneath the Thames, in workshops and shipyards, the future of naval warfare is being built, and somewhere in the shadows, someone is trying very hard to sell that future to the highest bidder. The game continues, Watson thinks, and knowing Holmes, it has only just begun. The fire in Baker Street crackles with the particular contentment of well-seasoned wood-meeting flame, sending shadows dancing across walls papered in memories, the bullet holes spelling out VR in patriotic fervour, the Persian slipper dangling its tobacco-stuffed toe, the chemistry apparatus on the side table that occasionally produces smells Watson would prefer not to identify. Outside, evening has settled over London with the soft finality of a curtain falling, the gas lamps along the street glowing like earthbound stars through windows that fog has rendered into frosted glass. Watson sits in his customary chair, the leather creaking in that familiar way that speaks of years and comfort. A book open on his lap that he's not really reading. Instead, he watches Holmes, who has transformed their sitting room into something resembling a clerk's office, crossed with a cartographer's workshop. The dining table, Mrs. Hudson will have words about this later, has disappeared beneath a landscape of papers, each sheet covered in neat columns of names, dates, weights, destinations, shipping manifests, cargo inventories, passenger lists, customs declarations, the accumulated bureaucracy of the empire reduced to foolscap and ink. Holmes moves among these papers like a conductor before an orchestra, selecting one sheet, studying it with fierce concentration, setting it aside for another. He's removed his jacket, rolled his shirt sleeves to the elbows, and there's an intensity to his focus that Watson recognises. The hunt is fully engaged now, his friend's remarkable mind operating at that peculiar frequency where the rest of the world fades to irrelevance, and only the problem remains, pure and demanding. "You've been at that for 4 hours, Watson observes, his voice gentle with concern that he knows will be dismissed. 4 hours and 23 minutes, Holmes corrects without looking up, though who's counting? Time is merely the framework within which patterns reveal themselves, Watson. These documents tell stories if one knows the language they're written in, and I'm becoming increasingly fluent." He plucks another manifest from the pile, holds it up to the lamplight as though the paper itself might confess secrets under sufficient illumination. "Do you know how many ships departed London's various docks in the past week?" "I couldn't begin to guess." 47. Well, 47 of significant tonnage engaged in international trade. If we include coastal vessels and pleasure craft, the number climbs well past 100. The Thames, Watson, is not merely a river but a highway for the world's commerce, and every vessel that uses it leaves a paper trail as surely as a snail leaves silver on a garden path. Watson sets his book aside, recognising that he's been conscripted as an audience to Holmes's thought process, a role he's played often enough to know his lines. But surely the thief wouldn't simply book passage on a regular steamer. Too easy to trace. Ah, but that's the delightful contradiction, don't you see? The obvious choice is often avoided precisely because it's obvious, which makes it less obvious, which makes it more attractive again. It's rather like a game of chess where both players are trying to think 6 moves ahead and occasionally tie their own brains in knots. Holmes sets down the manifest, picks up another, his eyes scanning the columns with mechanical efficiency. However, I think we can eliminate passenger vessels entirely. Our thief is professional, methodical, and the submarine plans are bulky. Multiple large sheets, technical drawings that cannot be folded without damaging them. They'd require a tube or portfolio case, something awkward to travel with as hand luggage, too conspicuous. So a cargo vessel then? Almost certainly. Something bound for a port where British naval secrets would fetch a handsome price. The French are possibilities. They're developing their own submarine program and would benefit enormously from our innovations. The Germans are always interested in naval matters, though they're more focused on surface ships at present. The Russians... He pauses, holding a manifest closer to the lamp. The Russians have been notably quiet on the submarine question, which could mean disinterest or could mean they're working behind closed diplomatic curtains. And of course, there's always the possibility of a more distant destination. America, Japan, even South America. where certain nations are attempting to modernize their fleets. Watson rises, moving to stand beside Holmes at the table, looking down at the sea of papers that to his eye appear as indistinguishable as waves on the ocean. How do you even begin to narrow it down? By understanding that stolen documents are valuable only if they can be delivered, and delivery requires planning. Our thief didn't wake up yesterday morning and decided on impulse to steal naval secrets. This was coordinated, which means arrangements were made in advance. A ship waiting, or scheduled to wait. A contact at the destination. Possibly. Payment already transferred or held in escrow by some discreet intermediary. Holmes begins sorting papers into new piles, his movements precise and purposeful. So I look for ships that departed or are scheduled to depart within a reasonable window, say 3 days before the theft or 4 days after. Anything earlier and our thief risked missing the vessel. Anything later and they're sitting in London with stolen secrets growing hotter in their possession by the hour. He pulls several manifests from the larger pile, creating a new arrangement. That gives us 19 vessels. Still too many, but progress. Next, I consider destinations. Ships bound for British ports or colonies are unlikely. Too much scrutiny, too much loyalty to the crown, too risky. That eliminates 7 more. He sets those aside with satisfaction. 12 remaining. Now things become interesting. Watson pulls a chair to the table, settling in to observe this peculiar form of detection. Holmes is in his element now, and there's something almost hypnotic about watching him work, the way his long fingers move among the papers, selecting and discarding with the certainty of a riverboat gambler who's memorized the deck. 3 ships to French ports, Le Havre, Marseille, Cherbourg. Possible, certainly. France would pay well for these plans, and they have the industrial capacity to implement them quickly. He taps the manifest thoughtfully. 2 to Hamburg, 1 to Bremen. The Germans are methodical. If they're buying secrets, they'd want documentation verified before paying. Might be too cautious for a quick sale. 1 to Rotterdam, neutral ground, which makes it interesting. 1 to Lisbon, which seems unlikely, but Portugal has surprising connections to various powers. And then, he spreads out 4 more manifests with the flourish of a magician revealing cards. 4 to Russian ports, 2 to St. Petersburg, 1 to Odessa, 1 to Archangel. You favour the Russian connection, Watson observes. I favour nothing yet. Bias blinds detection, Watson. But I am intrigued by certain patterns. Holmes rises, begins to pace, his pipe appearing in his hand, though Watson didn't see him pick it up. Soon the room smells of shag tobacco, that particular scent that for Watson has become inseparable from the process of Holmes' thinking. Consider the theft itself. It was clean, professional, and left minimal traces. The kind of work one associates with intelligence services rather than freelance criminals. Most major powers have such services, but the Russians have been particularly active in London of late. The Okhrana maintains several agents here, and they're known for their thoroughness. He stops at the window, looking out at Baker Street's evening bustle, though Watson suspects he's seeing through the glass to something else entirely, some mental map of connections and possibilities. Furthermore, Russia is rapidly modernizing under the influence of ministers like Witte. They're building railways, reforming industries, and they're acutely aware that their navy was humiliated by the Japanese a few years back. Well, will be humiliated, depending on one's temporal perspective. Point being, they have a motive to catch up quickly in submarine technology, money to spend on shortcuts, and a history of espionage that suggests they'd have the capability. Watson considers this. But you said Russia operates quietly on the submarine question. Wouldn't silence suggest they're not interested? Or that they're very interested and don't want anyone noticing? The dog that doesn't bark, Watson. Sometimes the absence of noise is the loudest sound of all. Holmes returns to the table, selecting one of the Russian-bound manifests. This one, for instance. The merchant vessel Never, currently loading cargo at the West India docks, scheduled to depart tomorrow evening's tide for St. Petersburg, carries mixed cargo according to the manifest. Machinery parts, textiles, tea, various manufactured goods. The captain's name is Volkov, a ship registered in Russia, but operated through a British trading company as intermediary. Crew of 23, all listed as Russian nationals except the first mate, who's noted as British. That seems suspicious enough. Suspicious is precisely what we're looking for, though not too suspicious. If I were arranging to smuggle stolen documents out of Britain, I'd want a vessel that had legitimate reason for being here, regular trade routes, paperwork, all in order. Nothing that would draw custom scrutiny. A ship that's invisible precisely because it's exactly what it appears to be. He sets down the Neva's manifest, picks up another. But then there's this one, the Providence, bound for Le Havre, carrying wine casks supposedly emptied for return to French vineyards, along with British wool and finished leather goods. Captain named Beaumont, crew mixed British and French, departed 2 days ago, which would be perfect timing if the thief moved quickly. Can't chase a ship already at sea? Not conventionally, no, but the telegraph reaches Le Havre faster than any steamer, and French authorities, for all their occasional diplomatic prickliness, don't appreciate foreign spies using their ports for smuggling operations. If the documents are aboard Providence, a carefully worded message to the right officials might result in a thorough inspection upon docking. Watson watches Holmes work through the remaining manifests, eliminating some based on cargo that seems genuinely innocuous, marking others for closer investigation. The room grows quieter as the evening deepens. The only sounds, the crackle of fire, the occasional hansom passing outside, the rustle of paper as Holmes constructs his theory page by page, clue by gradual clue. "You're building a haystack to find a needle," Watson observes. "No, I'm examining hay to understand which pieces don't belong. There's a difference." Holmes has created 3 distinct piles now, smallest to largest. These 3 are my primary suspects, vessels with the right timing, destinations and characteristics that suggest they'd be suitable for smuggling. 5 more are possible, less likely, but not impossible. The remainder I'm discarding for now, though I'll keep them in mind if the obvious avenues prove fruitless. He spreads out the 3 primary manifests like tarot cards revealing a fortune. The Neva to St. Petersburg, the Providence to Le Havre, and a third, the Germania bound for Hamburg with a cargo of coal and iron ore, which seems impossibly mundane except Holmes points out that hidden among tons of coal, a waterproof document case would be nearly impossible to find without unloading the entire cargo. "Tomorrow we visit the docks," Holmes announces, his voice carrying satisfaction. "We'll examine these vessels personally, speak with dock workers, customs officials, anyone who might have noticed something anomalous. A hurried loading in the night, perhaps. A passenger who seemed nervous. Cargo brought aboard in unusual containers. You make it sound simple. Detection is simple in principle, Watson. Observe everything. Dismiss nothing. Connect what can be connected. The difficulty lies in the execution, in separating signal from noise, in recognizing that the significant detail is often buried among 10,000 insignificant ones. He begins gathering the papers, organizing them into folders with labels written in his precise hand. The docks are wonderfully complex environments. Dozens of ships, hundreds of workers, constant movement of goods and people. Chaos to most observers, but chaos contains patterns if one knows how to look. Mrs. Hudson appears at that moment, as if summoned by some 6th sense that tells her when gentlemen need feeding. She surveys the paper-strewn table with the long-suffering expression of a woman who has hosted Sherlock Holmes's eccentricities for years and learned to pick her battles. "I've kept supper warm," she announces, "though if you've let it go cold from neglect, Mr. Holmes, you'll eat it cold and be grateful. And Dr. Watson, you're not to encourage him by pretending this is normal behaviour for grown men." "I wouldn't dream of it, Mrs. Hudson," Watson assures her, though both of them know he's lying. She brings the food, a hearty stew with fresh bread, simple fare that nonetheless smells wonderful, and they eat at one end of the table, while manifests occupy the other, an arrangement that seems to summarize their entire domestic situation. Holmes eats mechanically, fuel for the engine of his mind, barely tasting what he consumes. Watson, for his part, has learned to appreciate Mrs. Hudson's cooking more in the years since he returned from Afghanistan, finding comfort in reliable pleasures. "Tell me about the docks," Holmes says suddenly between spoonfuls of stew. "Your impression of them, from your time before we met." Watson considers. Dangerous mostly, full of rough men doing hard labour for poor wages. The smell stays with you, tar and fish and unwashed humanity. The ships seemed impossibly large up close, like wooden cities floating on water. I didn't care much for it, honestly. Too much noise, too much confusion. But you survived Afghanistan, which suggests you're comfortable with confusion when necessary. Military confusion has structure underneath. Commands, hierarchy, purpose. The docks felt anarchic. Every man for himself, Holmes nods slowly. That's what makes them perfect for our purposes. In anarchy, the criminal becomes just another actor on a crowded stage. No one notices one more furtive transaction among thousands. But anarchy still has its own logic, its own patterns. We simply need to understand them better than our thief does. They finish eating in companionable silence, and Mrs. Hudson collects the dishes with pointed comments about gentlemen who work themselves to exhaustion chasing criminals through paperwork. After she leaves, Holmes returns to his papers, but at a more relaxed pace now, occasionally making notes in a small leather-bound book he keeps for such purposes. Watson retrieves his neglected book, but finds himself watching the fire instead, thinking about what tomorrow will bring. The docks are not places gentlemen typically visit, not areas where his medical practice or military background provide much authority. There'll be outsiders there, scrutinized by suspicious men who have good reason not to trust strangers asking questions. And somewhere in that chaos, if Holmes is right, stolen naval secrets are waiting to be loaded onto a ship, or have already sailed beyond reach. "Holmes," he says quietly, "what if we're wrong? What if the documents left London by some route you haven't considered? Then we're wrong, and we adjust our theories accordingly. Detection isn't about being infallible, Watson. It's about being adaptable, about following evidence wherever it leads and being willing to abandon cherished hypotheses when they prove unsupported." He looks up from his papers, his grey eyes reflecting firelight. "But I don't think we're wrong. The pattern fits too well. Whoever stole those plans did so knowing how they'd get them out of the country. Ships are the obvious answer. Too bulky for diplomatic pouches, too risky for overland routes through customs. And if I'm reading these manifests correctly, one of our 3 primary suspects is carrying more than their declared cargo. You sound certain." "I'm never certain until proven right, but I am confident, which is different and considerably more useful." He sets aside the notebook, stretches his long arms overhead with a series of soft cracks that make Watson wince. "Come, Watson, we should both get some sleep. Tomorrow we descend into the organised chaos of the Empire's underbelly, and I suspect we'll need our wits about us." Watson rises, gathering his book, preparing to retire to his room, but he pauses at the door, looking back at Holmes, who has returned to the papers one final time, unable to fully let go while mysteries remain unsolved. "You know," Watson says, "sometimes I think you prefer the hunt to the capture." Holmes glances up, and there's something almost vulnerable in his expression, a glimpse past the armour of intellect to the man beneath. "The hunt is pure, Watson. It's logic and observation, and the beautiful architecture of deduction. The capture," he shrugs, "the capture means handing people over to justice, which is necessary but less elegant. Trials, prisons, human messiness. The hunt is where the art lives. But without the capture, the hunt is just an exercise. True, which is why we'll catch our thief, recover the plans, and restore whatever small piece of order we can to the world's entropy. But forgive me if I enjoy the intermediate steps more than the conclusion." Watson smiles. "I wouldn't dream of trying to change you." "Good. I'd be disappointed if you tried. Now off with you. You need rest, and I need another hour with these manifests before my eyes refuse to focus." Watson leaves him there, surrounded by papers and firelight, hunting through columns of numbers and names for the pattern that will unlock the mystery. Upstairs in his room, he prepares for bed with the efficiency of long military habit, but before sleeping he spends a moment looking out his window at London's nighttime sprawl, all those lights flickering in the darkness, each one marking a life being lived, a story unfolding. Somewhere out there, a thief sleeps or lies awake, wondering if they've escaped detection. Tomorrow, Watson thinks, they'll find out that Sherlock Holmes doesn't stop until mysteries submit to logic's relentless pressure. The game continues, and morning will bring them closer to its conclusion. Morning arrives over London with the reluctant quality of a child being dragged from bed, the sun managing only a pale suggestion of itself through layers of cloud that sit low and heavy over the city like pewter plates stacked in a cupboard. The Thames, visible from the hansom cab as Holmes and Watson rattle eastward through increasingly industrial streets, reflects this anemic light in shades of grey and brown, its surface textured with the movement of barges and the occasional river steamer, belching smoke from stacks black as undertakers' hats. The neighbourhoods change as they travel, the genteel architecture of central London giving way to the working districts where the Empire's machinery shows its grease-stained face. Warehouses rise like brick cliffs, their windows grimy with accumulated soot, their walls bearing the faded advertisements for tea, spices, tobacco, the commodities that flow through London's port like blood through arteries. The streets narrow, cobblestones becoming more cracked and uneven, the gutters running with water that carries smells. Watson tries not to identify too precisely. Holmes sits forward, sits, on the cab's edge, his sharp features animated with focus, taking in every detail of this landscape so different from Baker Street's comfortable familiarity. He's dressed more roughly today, Watson notices. An older coat, a cap instead of his usual hat, trousers that have seen better days, attempting to blend, perhaps, or at least not stand out quite so dramatically as a West End gentleman among dock workers. "Have you been down here before?" Watson asks, raising his voice slightly over the cab's rattle and the increasing noise of commercial activity. "Several times, though not recently. The docks are excellent laboratories for human nature, Watson. Nowhere else in London will you find such concentration of ambition, desperation, and casual criminality existing side by side. A man can make his fortune here in the morning, or lose his life by evening, and the Thames flows on indifferent to either outcome." Holmes points toward a massive warehouse complex looming ahead. The West India Docks, where the Neva is supposedly loading her cargo for St. Petersburg. The cab deposits them at the dock gates, where a bored watchman in a booth barely glances at them before waving them through. Security, Watson thinks, is more theoretical than actual. Too many people coming and going constantly. Too much legitimate business mixed with smuggling and theft. Too much chaos to control effectively. The Empire's prosperity comes at the cost of order, it seems. Inside the docks, the assault on Watson's senses is immediate and overwhelming. The smell hits first. Tar and rope. Fish both fresh and rotting. The salt tang of sea air mixed with coal smoke and human sweat. Spices from broken crates creating unexpected pockets of cinnamon or pepper, strong enough to make eyes water. The sounds layer over each other in a cacophonous symphony. Cranes creaking as they lift cargo, workers shouting to each other in English and a dozen other languages, chains rattling, ship timbers groaning, seagulls screaming overhead like souls denied paradise. And the ships themselves. Dear God, Watson thinks, they're enormous up close. He'd forgotten that, or perhaps never fully registered it during his brief encounters with maritime transport. The Neva sits at her berth like a massive wooden creature, three-masted, her hull dark with tar and age, barnacles visible along the waterline where the Thames's low tide has exposed her belly. Men swarm over her deck and along the dock beside her, loading cargo with the efficient chaos of ants storing grain before winter. Holmes moves toward the ship with Watson following, both of them navigating around stacks of crates, coils of rope thick as a man's thigh, puddles of water, and less identifiable liquids. A crane swings overhead carrying a netted load of machinery parts, and Watson instinctively ducks, though it's well above head height, earning an amused look from a passing stevedore whose arms are as thick as Watson's legs. They stop at what seems a safe distance from the active loading, close enough to observe but far enough not to interfere with work that clearly brings no interruption. Holmes produces a small pair of binoculars from his pocket. Watson hadn't noticed him carrying them, and studies the ship with the intensity of a general surveying enemy positions. 23 crew, according to the manifest, Holmes murmurs. I count 18 visible currently, which suggests some are below decks or have gone into the city. The captain should be the man on the quarterdeck. Tall, grey beard, uniform coat despite its age. Volkov, presumably. First mate. He scans carefully. Should be British according to papers, but I don't see anyone who stands out as obviously not Russian. Interesting. A man approaches them, his gait suggesting authority despite clothing that marks him as working class. Canvas trousers held up with braces over a shirt that was once white, a waistcoat with more pockets than buttons, and a cap pushed back on a head of thinning grey hair. His face is weathered like driftwood, seamed with lines that speak of decades spent in sun, wind, and salt air. When he speaks, his voice carries the particular accent of London's East End, vowels flattened and consonants softened by generations of dockside life. Help you, gentlemen? Not unfriendly, but not particularly welcoming either. Establishing territory, Watson recognises. This is his domain, and they're visitors who need accounting for. Holmes turns, offering a smile that manages to be both disarming and authoritative. Inspector Hopkins sends his regards. We're following up on some routine inquiries regarding cargo security. It's not quite a lie, Watson notes, but certainly implies things that aren't strictly true. The name Hopkins, Watson knows, belongs to a young Scotland Yard detective Holmes has assisted before. Enough truth to sound legitimate if anyone checks. The man's expression doesn't change much, but something shifts in his eyes. Calculation, perhaps, or wariness. Hopkins, eh? Haven't seen him down here in months. I'm Greaves, dock foreman for this section. What's the concern? We run a tight operation, no pilferage, everything accounted for. I'm sure you do, Mr. Greaves. We're interested in the Neva specifically. Has her loading been routine? Nothing unusual in the cargo or the crew's behaviour? Greaves glances toward the Russian ship, his expression thoughtful. Routine enough. They've been loading for 3 days now, machinery parts mostly, some textiles, the usual mixed cargo for Russian ports. The crew keeps to themselves, which isn't unusual for foreign vessels. Captain's polite but doesn't fraternise, pays his docking fees on time, doesn't cause trouble. Why? What's this about? Probably nothing, Holmes says easily. We've had reports of irregularities with documentation on several Russian-bound vessels. Just following procedure, checking that manifests match actual cargo. Has anything been loaded at unusual hours? Late night perhaps, or very early morning? Ships load when tide and crew allow, which can be any hour. But Greaves is frowning now, memory working. Though, there was something odd 2 nights back. I wasn't on duty, the night foreman handles those hours, but he mentioned that Neva took some cargo around 3 in the morning. Not unusual timing, but unusual cargo. Single crate, brought by private carriage rather than our usual haulers. Paid extra to have it loaded immediately and the captain supervised personally despite the hour. Watson feels his pulse quicken, but Holmes's expression remains merely curious. Did your colleague note what was in the crate? Marked as scientific instruments according to the paperwork. Fragile, handle with care, all that. Went straight into the captain's cabin instead of the hold, which again isn't unheard of for valuable items, but combined with the hour and the private delivery, Greaves shrugs. Could be nothing. Could be someone not wanting customs looking too close at whatever they're moving. Scientific instruments to St. Petersburg, Holmes muses. That's plausible enough. Russia's been modernising, importing Western technical equipment. Did the person who delivered the crate remain with it, or leave immediately? Left quick, according to Dan. That's the night foreman. Didn't even wait to see it properly loaded, just saw it to the gangplank and vanished back into his carriage. Dan thought it was suspicious enough to note in the log, which is why I remember. Your Dan sounds admirably thorough. Would he be available to speak with us? Greaves pulls a watch from his waistcoat, checks it against the general position of the sun, as though confirming one against the other. He'll be starting his shift around dusk. Works nights permanently prefers it that way, says the day is too crowded with people who talk too much. A faint smile. Dan's not social, even by dockworker standards. Holmes thanks him, produces a card, one of several Watson knows he carries for different purposes, and asks Greaves to have Dan contact him at Baker Street if he remembers any additional details. Money changes hands, a few coins that might be payment for information, or might be simple courtesy to smooth future cooperation. The foreman pockets them without counting, tips his cap, and returns to supervising the organised chaos of his domain. Scientific instruments, Watson says once they're out of earshot. That could be anything, including a set of carefully rolled technical drawings in a protective case, labelled to avoid suspicion, and valuable enough to warrant the captain's personal attention. Holmes is moving again, circling the Neva at a distance, studying her from different angles. The timing is perfect. 2 nights ago would be 1 day after the theft. Enough time to prepare the documents for transport, arrange delivery, but not so much time that keeping them in. London becomes dangerously risky. They complete their circuit of the Russian vessel, Holmes occasionally pausing to observe some detail Watson can't identify as significant. The way cargo is being stowed, perhaps, or the demeanour of the crew, or the ship's general state of readiness. At one point, a man on deck, possibly Captain Volkov himself, looks down at them with what might be idle curiosity, or might be concerned about strangers watching his ship too closely. Holmes tips his cap in polite acknowledgement, and they move on. The docks stretch in both directions like an industrial coastline, berths occupied by vessels in various states of loading or unloading, repair or preparation. Holmes leads them toward another section where, according to his mental map of the manifests, the the Germania should be berthed. But he pauses first at a small establishment that announces itself as the Anchor and Chain, a public house that seems to serve as unofficial headquarters for dock workers seeking respite from labour. "We need information," Holmes explains, "and information flows most freely where men gather to complain about work while temporarily escaping it." Inside, the pub is dim even at midday, lit by windows so begrimed with soot that they filter rather than transmit light. The smell is of beer, tobacco smoke, and the accumulated sweat of men engaged in hard physical labour. Most of the tables are occupied despite the hour. Dock work runs on ship schedules rather than clock time, Watson realises, so there's always someone either starting or ending a shift. The conversations create a low rumble of male voices, occasionally punctuated by laughter or the thump of tankards on scarred wooden tables. The barman is huge, his arms suggesting a history of moving cargo before he settled into the slightly less strenuous work of pulling pints. Holmes orders 2 ales. Watson notes he doesn't ask what kind, suggesting there's only one variety on offer, and they find a spot at the bar where conversation can happen without seeming conspicuous. "Busy time," Holmes observes to the barman, his accent subtly shifted to something closer to local speech patterns. Watson marvels at this chameleon quality his friend possesses, the ability to blend into different social contexts through tiny adjustments of voice and manner. "Always busy this time of year," the barman agrees, setting their sails down with the efficiency of long practice. "Ships trying to get loaded before the weather turns ugly. Winter storms on the North Sea make captains nervous, so they hurry their schedules, which means more work for my customers and more business for me. Circle of life, as they say. I noticed the Neva's loading for Russia. Long voyage this time of year. Russians don't have much choice about timing. Their ports start freezing come December, St. Petersburg especially. Get caught there when ice sets in, you're stuck till spring." The barman wipes down the already clean bar, the gesture of someone who keeps his hands busy while talking. "Though between you and me, I wouldn't want to crew a Russian vessel even in summer. They work their men hard, pay poorly, and half the time the ship's barely seaworthy. But I suppose if you're Russian yourself, options are limited." Holmes sips his ale. Barely, Watson notices, more gesture than consumption. "Any trouble with the Russian ships? Theft? Fights? That sort of thing?" The barman's expression shifts subtly, caution entering. "Why are you asking? You police?" "Concerned citizens," Holmes says smoothly. "Had some tools stolen from a warehouse job yesterday. Heard rumours that foreign crews sometimes supplement their income with dock pilferage." "Ah, well, that happens with all crews, not just Russians. You leave something unguarded on these docks, you'll find it missing quickly regardless of who's nearby. But actual organised theft? The dock company keeps that under control mostly. Bad for business if ships stop trusting us to handle cargo safely." He pauses, polishing the same spot on the bar. "Though I did hear something about the Neva that was odd. One of her crew was here 4 days ago, a Russian fellow. Didn't speak much English but had money to spend. Bought drinks for half the pub, celebrating something. When asked what, he just grinned and said his captain had come into good fortune that would benefit the whole crew. Then 2 nights later I saw a fancy carriage at the docks at a very unfancy hour, and my curiosity being what it is, I watched them load a crate onto, you guessed it, the Neva. Good fortune and midnight deliveries, Holmes muses. Interesting combination. Made me wonder what kind of fortune requires moving in the small hours when honest folk are sleeping. But dock life teaches you not to wonder too loud about such things. Men who ask too many questions sometimes find dock work becoming less available, if you understand me." Holmes nods, understanding perfectly. The docks operate on their own code, Watson realises, a mixture of official regulation and unofficial arrangement, where certain blindness is expected and rewarded. They finish their sales quickly, Holmes leaving coins on the bar that seem generous without being suspiciously so, and return to the cold air outside where gulls continue their endless arguments overhead. "The Germania next?" Watson asks. "Yes, though I suspect it will tell us less. The Neva grows more interesting by the hour." Holmes is walking quickly now, but driving him. A crew member celebrating an unexpected fortune 4 days before the theft, followed by a mysterious delivery 2 nights ago. The timeline aligns too perfectly to be a coincidence. They find the Germania at her berth, a stolid German merchant vessel loading coal with the grim efficiency Watson associates with German engineering. Everything seems routine here. Cargo documented, workers methodical, no sense of urgency or secrecy. Holmes observes for perhaps 20 minutes, occasionally asking questions of workers who answer with the patient tolerance of men interrupted in tasks they'd rather complete. But ultimately they learn nothing that contradicts the ship's manifest or suggests anything more sinister than the usual business of transporting coal to Hamburg. "We can eliminate her, I think," Holmes finally announces, which leaves the Providence already at sea and the Neva, currently loading for departure tomorrow evening. "You're convinced it's the Neva?" "I'm convinced the evidence points that direction, which is different from certainty, but close enough to warrant action." Holmes checks his watch. A gesture Watson has learned means he's calculating timelines and probabilities. The ship sails with tomorrow's evening tide. If the submarine plans are aboard, we have perhaps 30 hours to prove it and arrange their recovery. If they're not, we've wasted time we can't afford on a false lead. Mycroft could have the ship searched. On what grounds? Suspicion based on a dock worker's gossip and a foreman's vague recollection of unusual cargo timing? The Russian embassy would file formal protests, diplomatic incidents would proliferate, and if we're wrong, the actual thief escapes while we're creating international tensions over scientific instruments that turn out to be actual scientific instruments. Holmes shakes his head. "No, we need more evidence before involving official channels. We need to know what's in that crate in the captain's cabin." Watson looks at the Neva, at the crew still loading cargo, at the captain visible on deck overseeing operations with the attentiveness of a man who knows his ship carries something more valuable than manifests declare. "You're proposing we somehow board the ship and examine the crate ourselves." The thought had crossed my mind, yes, though somehow is where matters become delicate. We need access without triggering suspicion. We need to examine the crate without being caught, and we need to do it in a way that preserves evidence should our suspicions prove correct. He smiles slightly. "Just another evening's work, Watson. Surely no more challenging than Afghanistan." "In Afghanistan, people shot at me openly. I find I prefer that to sneaking aboard foreign vessels engaged in possible espionage. Where's your sense of adventure?" "I left it somewhere between the Khyber Pass and Baker Street. But I suppose you'll go regardless of whether I accompany you." "Undoubtedly, though I'd prefer company. You have a steadying influence, Watson, and your revolver is occasionally useful in situations that become unexpectedly complicated." Watson sighs, but it's the sigh of a man who's already made his decision and is simply acknowledging reality. "Tonight, then. Tonight, after dark but before the crew settles for evening. We'll need Lestrade as well. If we find what I expect to find, official police presence will be necessary to prevent the ship's departure and arrest whoever delivered the stolen plans. I'll send word this afternoon." They leave the docks as afternoon settles toward evening, the light taking on that golden quality that briefly makes even industrial landscapes beautiful. The journey back to Baker Street passes in relative silence, both men occupied with thoughts of what the night might bring. Success or failure, recovery of critical secrets or wasted effort, simple investigation or something that spirals into complexity and danger. And on the Thames behind them, the Neva continues loading her cargo, preparing for a voyage that may never happen, carrying secrets that generations of British naval engineering have laboured to develop, secrets that Holmes is determined to reclaim before they slip beyond reach on tomorrow's tide. The game, Watson thinks, is approaching its climax, whether they're ready or not. The afternoon light filters through Baker Street's windows with the tired quality of something nearing the end of its shift, casting long shadows across the sitting room where Holmes paces like a caged predator contemplating escape routes. Watson watches from his chair, recognizing this particular mood. His friend is working through the final calculations before action, testing his theory from every angle, searching for the flaw that might send them chasing phantoms while the real thief escapes through some overlooked exit. The telegram to Lestrade went out an hour ago, summoning him to Baker Street with the urgency that Holmes reserves for cases where official authority will be required, yet discretion remains paramount. Watson has checked his service revolver. Cleaned, loaded, returned to the pocket of his coat where it sits with reassuring weight. He's been in enough tight situations with Holmes to know that planning only carries one so far before improvisation becomes necessary, and improvisation with armed criminals tends to benefit from being armed oneself. "You're certain about this," Watson says, not quite a question. "I'm certain the evidence points toward the Neva with sufficient strength to warrant investigation. Whether that certainty translates to finding stolen submarine plans in the captain's cabin remains to be proven." Holmes stops his pacing, turns to face Watson directly. "But consider the alternative. We do nothing, The ship sails tomorrow evening, and if we're right, Britain's naval advantages disappear into St. Petersburg, where Russian engineers will study them, replicate them, and within 2 years the Tsar's submarine fleet will match our own. Mycroft wasn't exaggerating the stakes. And if we're wrong, if we board that ship and find nothing but actual scientific instruments, then we apologise to Captain Volkov for the inconvenience, face diplomatic consequences that Mycroft will undoubtedly make unpleasant, and return to our manifest to determine which ship we should have been investigating instead. Holmes resumes pacing, hands clasped, behind his back. But I don't believe we're wrong. The pattern fits too precisely. The theft's timing, the crew member's celebration, the midnight delivery, the captain's personal supervision of cargo that ordinarily would be handled by subordinates. Each element individually might be explained away, but collectively they form a picture that strongly suggests the Neva carries more than her manifest declares. A knock at the door interrupts, followed by Mrs. Hudson's voice announcing Inspector Lestrade. The Scotland Yard detective enters with the brisk efficiency of a man accustomed to Holmes's summons, arriving at inconvenient times and requiring immediate attention. Lestrade is compact, energetic, with sharp eyes that miss less than his sometimes bumbling manner suggests. He's worked with Holmes often enough to trust the detective's instincts while maintaining the healthy scepticism that comes from years of police work. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson." He nods to each in turn, then settles into the offered chair with the air of someone expecting a long explanation. "Your telegram mentioned naval documents and a Russian vessel. I assume this relates to the Whitehall matter that has certain persons in a state of considerable agitation." "The very same," Holmes confirms. "Watson, perhaps you'd pour the inspector some tea while I summarise our progress." Watson performs this service while Holmes outlines their investigation, the theft itself, Mycroft's involvement, the shipping manifests, their visit to the docks, the suspicious cargo loaded onto the Neva in the small hours. Lestrade listens with the focused attention of a professional, occasionally asking questions that demonstrate he's following the logic even when he's sceptical of the conclusions. "So you're proposing," Lestrade says when Holmes finishes, "that we board a Russian merchant vessel currently in British waters, search the captain's private quarters without a warrant, and hope to find stolen government documents that may or may not be there, all while avoiding an international incident?" "Precisely. I'm pleased you grasped the situation so quickly. Mr. Holmes, you understand I can't officially sanction breaking into a foreign ship on suspicion alone. The paperwork would be nightmarish, even if we find what you're looking for, and if we don't, my superiors will have my head for creating diplomatic problems. Which is why, officially, you won't sanction anything. Watson and I will board the Neva and conduct our search. You'll remain at a discreet distance with several constables. If we find the documents, we'll signal you. You'll come aboard with proper authority, and suddenly everything becomes official police action in response to confirmed theft. If we find nothing, we slip away quietly, you never officially knew we were there, and life continues with no one the wiser." Lestrade considers this, his expression suggesting he's calculating which option carries more risk to his career. "And if you're caught before finding anything? If the ship's crew discovers you and decides to handle matters themselves rather than involving authorities?" "That's where Watson's revolver becomes relevant," Holmes says cheerfully, "though I'm hoping to avoid such melodrama. The crew will be finishing their evening meal around 9 o'clock, which is when we'll board. Most will be below decks or in the forecastle, the captain likely in his cabin enjoying post-supper tobacco. We enter via the stern, move quickly to the captain's quarters, examine the crate, and exit before anyone realises uninvited guests are present." "You make it sound simple." "The best plans are simple. It's the execution where complications arise." Holmes moves to the window, looking out at Baker Street's evening activity. Lamplighters making their rounds, hansoms delivering gentlemen home from work, the comfortable rhythm of London settling into night. But we have advantages. The docks at night are busy enough that 2 more figures won't be particularly remarkable. The ship's crew, after 3 days of hard loading, will be tired and less vigilant than usual, and we have the element of surprise. They're not expecting investigation because they believe they've been clever enough to avoid detection. Watson sets down his teacup, the porcelain clicking softly against its saucer. "What exactly are we looking for in this crate? Surely the submarine plans won't just be sitting there labelled stolen British naval secrets?" "No, but technical drawings of that nature have distinctive characteristics. Large sheets of heavy paper, probably rolled in protective tubes, possibly multiple tubes if the plans were too extensive for a single container. The crate will be wooden, sturdy, marked as fragile scientific instruments. We'll know it when we see it, and once seen, we'll know from examining the contents whether our theory holds water. Holmes turns from the window, his expression serious. Lestrade, I understand your reluctance, but if we're right and do nothing, the consequences extend far beyond our individual concerns about protocol and paperwork. Those submarine plans represent years of research, millions of pounds in development, and strategic advantages that keep British waters secure. Their loss would be catastrophic. Lestrade sighs, the sound of a man wrestling with duty and pragmatism. I can't officially authorise this, Mr. Holmes, but I can arrange to be in the vicinity of the West India docks this evening with several constables, conducting routine inspections of cargo security. If something were to happen requiring police intervention, we'd naturally respond promptly, and if nothing happens, well, routine inspections are part of our duties regardless. I ask nothing more, Holmes says, and Watson can hear the satisfaction in his voice. Shall we say 9 o'clock at the dock gates? Watson and I will be approaching from the north. You'll position yourself and your men to the south. If we find what I expect to find, I'll signal with 3 short whistle blasts. You'll give us 5 minutes to secure the evidence, then board with proper authority. They spend the next hour refining details, signal protocols, positioning of Lestrade's constables, contingency plans if matters go wrong in various imaginable ways. Lestrade departs shortly after 7, leaving Holmes and Watson to prepare for their evening's work. Holmes changes into darker clothing, practical rather than fashionable, and Watson does likewise, both of them becoming less distinctive, more able to blend into the shadows that gather around London's docks after sunlight fails. Mrs. Hudson provides a quick meal which neither man particularly tastes, eating mechanically while minds focus on what lies ahead. She doesn't ask about their plans. Years of hosting Holmes have taught her that ignorance is sometimes preferable to knowledge that might require lying to police inquiries. But she gives Watson a look as they're leaving that clearly communicates her opinion of gentlemen who court danger for the sake of adventure, and her hope that Dr. Watson will exercise some moderating influence on Mr. Holmes's more reckless impulses. The handsome ride to the docks passes in silence, both men occupied with private thoughts. The city at night takes on a different character, gas lamps creating pools of warm light separated by stretches of shadow, the respectable citizens of daytime replaced by those whose business operates better in darkness. They pass pubs spilling noise and light into streets, working men seeking forgetfulness in drink, women whose profession requires night hours and doesn't bear close examination, the occasional policeman walking his beat with measured tread and watchful eyes. The docks at night are simultaneously more and less active than during daylight hours. The frantic pace of loading and unloading has slowed, but hasn't stopped. Certain cargoes must move regardless of hour. Certain ships have schedules that demand night work. The gas lamps here are more widely spaced, leaving large areas of deep shadow between pools of illumination. The sounds are different too. Fewer voices shouting instructions, more creaking of ships at their moorings, water lapping against hulls and pilings, the distant clang of metal on metal from some night repair crew, the lonely cry of gulls that roost on masts like ragged flags. They dismiss the hansom well before the dock gates, approaching on foot through streets where warehouses loom like sleeping giants. Holmes moves with the confidence of someone who belongs here, Watson following close, both of them just 2 more figures in a landscape where figures are common enough to be unremarkable. The dock gates stand open, security at night apparently more concerned with what leaves than what enters, and they pass through without challenge. The Neva sits at her berth like a darker shape against the general darkness, her mast silhouetted against the city's ambient glow. Lights show in some of the portholes and along the deck, but fewer than during the day. The crew is indeed settled for evening, most likely gathered below decks for their meal, or already retiring to hammocks after long days of labour. The gangplank is still in place, unguarded, an invitation that Holmes accepts by ascending it with Watson close behind, both men moving quietly but not furtively. Furtiveness attracts attention, while purposeful movement suggests legitimate business. The deck is empty when they reach it, though sounds drift up from below, voices speaking Russian, in tones suggesting conversation rather than alarm, the clatter of dishes being cleared from the crew's mess. Holmes pauses, orienting himself with the swift assessment Watson has learned to recognise. then moves aft toward where the captain's cabin would logically be located in a vessel of this type and size. They pass the ship's wheel, standing unattended in the night, and arrive at a door bearing brass fittings tarnished by salt air and time. Holmes tries the handle with delicate pressure, locked, but with the sort of basic mechanism that presents minimal challenge to someone practiced in such matters. He produces a small leather case from his pocket, selects 2 thin picks, and works the lock with the patient precision of a surgeon performing a delicate operation. Watson keeps watch, one hand on the revolver in his pocket, ears straining for sounds of approaching crew members. The lock yields with a soft click that seems thunderous in the quiet. Holmes replaces his picks, eases the door open just wide enough for them to slip through, and they enter the captain's cabin, closing the door behind them with the softest sound of wood meeting wood. Inside, the cabin smells of tobacco, salt air, and the peculiar mustiness of quarters long occupied. Holmes produces a small dark lantern from his coat, opening the shutter just enough to provide illumination, while minimizing the risk of light being visible from outside. The narrow beam reveals a space that's more functional than comfortable. A bunk built into the wall, a desk bolted to the floor covered with charts and logs, a small stove for warmth, storage lockers, and there, against the far wall, a wooden crate approximately 4 feet long, 18 inches wide and deep, marked with stenciled lettering in Russian and English. Scientific instruments, fragile, handle with care. Holmes moves to it immediately, examining the crate's construction with his hands more than his eyes, fingers tracing edges and joints. Recently sealed, he murmurs. The nails are new, driven within the last few days. And here, do you see, Watson? The wood around the lid shows scratches suggesting it was opened and resealed, possibly to verify contents before final closure. Can we open it without leaving evidence? Not easily, but I believe the circumstances warrant some damage to property in pursuit of recovering national secrets. Holmes produces a small pry bar. Watson has long since ceased being surprised by what his friend carries in his pockets, and begins working at the crate's lid with careful force, trying to minimize noise while applying enough leverage to overcome the nail's grip. The wood creaks softly, protests with small squeals, but gradually yields. Holmes lifts away the lid, sets it aside, and directs the lantern's beam into the crate's interior. Watson leans close, peering over his friend's shoulder at what's revealed. Inside, nested in straw-packing material, are 3 cylindrical cases of leather and brass, each perhaps 3 feet long and 4 inches in diameter. The sort of cases used to transport rolled documents that mustn't be folded or damaged. Holmes lifts one out with reverent care, sets it on the captain's desk, and unfastens the brass clasps holding its end sealed. He slides out the roll of papers within, unfurls them carefully, and Watson feels his breath catch. Even in the lantern's dim light, the technical drawings are unmistakable. Precise lines indicating hull curves, mechanical assemblies, measurement notations, mathematical formulas. At the top of the first sheet, stamped in red ink, Admiralty Confidential, Submarine Development Program. The subsequent sheets show different views, cross-sections, details of torpedo mechanisms, ballast systems, the accumulated knowledge of Britain's naval architects made visible in ink and geometry. "We've found them," Watson breathes. "Indeed we have." Holmes is already returning the papers to their case, resealing it. And now we need to secure them and signal Lestrade before Captain Volkov discovers his midnight cargo has attracted unwanted attention. But even as he speaks, footsteps sound outside. Heavy boots on a wooden deck, approaching the cabin door with purpose rather than chance. A voice calls out in Russian, questioning, and the door handle begins to turn. Holmes and Watson exchange a glance that communicates volumes. They've found what they sought, but they're trapped in the captain's cabin with stolen documents while the captain himself, or some member of his crew, is entering. The simple plan has just encountered the sort of complication that transforms investigation into confrontation. Watson's hand moves to his revolver. Holmes positions himself beside the door, the pry bar still in his hand, serving now as potential weapon rather than tool. The door swings open, and the game, as Holmes would never quite say, has just become considerably more interesting. The man who enters Captain Volkov's cabin is not the captain himself, but someone younger, leaner, with the quick movements of a ship's officer accustomed to navigating confined spaces. He freezes in the doorway, his eyes adjusting to the darkness just as he registers two figures who shouldn't be present. The opened crate, the damning evidence scattered across the captain's desk. For a heartbeat, the tableau holds. 3 men caught in mutual surprise, each calculating their next move in the space between recognition and action. The officer's hand moves toward his belt where a knife handle protrudes, but Watson is faster. The revolver emerges from his pocket with the smooth efficiency of long practice. Not quite aimed, but unmistakably present, its message clear without words needing to cross the language barrier. The officer's hand stops midway to the weapon, hovering in the uncertain space between aggression and surrender. "Easy now," Watson says quietly, his voice carrying the calm authority of a man who has held weapons in tenser circumstances than this. "No need for anyone to do something we'll all regret. Holmes?" Holmes steps forward from beside the door, the pry bar lowered but not discarded. "Do you speak English?" he asks the officer, whose expression suggests he understands at least the question, if not the full implications of his situation. "Some English, yes." The accent is thick, each word carefully formed. "You are thieves? You steal from a Russian ship?" "Quite the opposite, actually. We're recovering what was stolen from Britain and delivered to your captain 2 nights ago. Those documents in the crate belong to Her Majesty's government, and their presence aboard this vessel constitutes theft, smuggling, and espionage." Holmes's tone is conversational, almost pleasant, as though discussing the weather rather than crimes that could trigger diplomatic incidents. "I'm Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective. This is Dr. Watson. And you are?" The officer's eyes flick between them, calculating odds, considering options. "I am Dmitri Petrov, first mate of Neva. You make accusations without proof, without authority. This is a Russian ship, Russian territory. You have no right. We have every right to recover stolen property regardless of where it's currently located. As for proof..." Holmes gestures to the opened crate, the cylindrical cases clearly visible. "I suspect examination of those documents will demonstrate quite conclusively that they originated in Whitehall rather than any Russian scientific institution. The question now, Mr. Petrov, is whether you were complicit in their theft or merely an unwitting participant in your captain's criminal enterprise." Petrov's jaw tightens, and Watson sees emotions warring in his expression. Anger, fear, calculation, and something that might be shame. The first mate's shoulders sag slightly, the fight draining from his posture in that way Watson has seen before in men who realize the game is lost before it properly begins. "I am not a thief," Petrov says quietly, his accent making the words heavier somehow. "Captain Volkov, he tells us we carry important cargo, scientific instruments from British sellers. Good money for transport, extra shares for crew. We think it is smuggling, perhaps, avoiding customs fees, but not..." He gestures helplessly at the documents. "Not this. Not government secrets. I swear on my mother's grave I did not know." Holmes studies him with those sharp eyes that seem to see past words to the truth beneath. "I believe you, Mr. Petrov, which means you're in a position to help us apprehend the actual culprits. Where is Captain Volkov currently?" "Ashore, meeting with the man who brought the cargo. They have business to conclude before we sail tomorrow evening." Petrov glances toward the porthole as though expecting his captain to materialize from the darkness outside. They meet at a warehouse near the docks, Old Tea Warehouse, number 47. The man, who is British, speaks Russian very well. Volkov calls him the Colonel, but I do not think this is real military rank. The Colonel. Holmes exchanges a glance with Watson that communicates volumes. A middleman, then, someone coordinating between the actual thief within Whitehall and the foreign buyers. Someone with military bearing or background, Russian language skills, connections in both legitimate and criminal worlds. The web of conspiracy suddenly expands, revealing layers they hadn't fully anticipated. "What time is this meeting?" Watson asks, keeping his revolver steady but lowered slightly now that Petrov seems cooperative rather than threatening. 9 o'clock, perhaps 9:30. Captain left 1 hour ago. Petrov looks at the crate, at the documents that represent more trouble than he'd bargained for when he signed aboard a merchant vessel seeking honest wages. "What happens now? To me? To my crew? We are not spies, just sailors trying to make a living." "That depends largely on your continued cooperation," Holmes says. "We need you to remain here, quietly, while we signal the police and arrange for the ship to be secured. Your crew will be questioned, but if they're innocent of knowing participation in espionage, as you claim, they'll ultimately be released. You and Captain Volkov, however, will face more serious scrutiny regarding what you knew and when you knew it. I will tell you everything I know. Captain, he keeps secrets from the crew, makes private arrangements. We load cargo. We sail where told. We do not ask questions that might cost us positions. Petrov's voice carries the resignation of a man caught in circumstances beyond his control or intention. This colonel, he frightens me. Cold eyes, speak softly, but you feel danger beneath. Not like British gentlemen I have known. More like men from my country who work for Okrana, the Tsar's secret police. Men who smile while planning your arrest. Holmes's expression sharpens. The Okrana. Now that is interesting. You're suggesting this colonel might be Russian intelligence operating in London? I suggest nothing. I observe only. But yes, this is the impression he gives. Watson feels the situation's complexity expanding like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. What began as simple document theft has revealed connections to Russian intelligence services, suggesting this wasn't merely criminal opportunism, but organised espionage at governmental levels. The implications make his head spin. If the Okrana is directly involved, this represents not just theft, but active intelligence operations by a foreign power on British soil. We need to reach that warehouse, Holmes says, already moving. Watson, signal Lestrade while I secure these documents. Mr. Petrov, you'll remain here with one of the inspector's constables until matters are resolved. Try to flee or warn your captain, and your cooperation will be viewed very differently by the courts. Petrov nods miserably, settling onto the captain's bunk with the defeated posture of a man who's watched his uncomplicated life become suddenly very complicated indeed. Watson steps onto the deck, producing the whistle from his pocket and delivering 3 sharp blasts that cut through the night air like auditory knife strokes. The sound carries across the water, echoing off warehouse walls, and within moments Watson sees movement near the dock gates. Lestrade and his constables emerging from shadows, where they'd positioned themselves, moving quickly toward the Neva's berth. Holmes emerges from the cabin carrying one of the document cases, his expression grim. The other 2 cases remain in the crate as evidence. These, he pats the leather cylinder, I'll carry personally, too valuable to risk further mishaps. Lestrade arrives aboard at the head of 4 uniformed constables, his face flushed from hurrying but his manner all business. You found them then? The submarine plans? Found them and more. Turns out our case has connections to Russian intelligence services and involves a meeting happening right now at Warehouse 47. We need to move immediately if we hope to catch both the ship's captain and the British traitor who's been selling our secrets. Warehouse 47. I know it. Abandoned tea storage, been empty for months. Lestrade's eyes gleam with the particular satisfaction of a policeman closing a significant case. We'll need more men for a proper arrest. Can't risk them escaping if they're spooked. Then send a constable to gather reinforcements while we proceed with what we have. Every minute we delay increases the chance they'll conclude their business and disperse. Holmes is already moving toward the gangplank, Watson and Lestrade following. Behind them, the constables secure the ship, one remaining to guard Petrov while others begin rounding up the confused crew to explain their situation. The warehouse district at night is a landscape of shadows and silence, the massive buildings standing like monuments to commerce temporarily suspended. Warehouse 47 distinguishes itself from its neighbours only by deeper darkness. No lights show in any windows, no sounds emerge from within. It sits between 2 larger structures, a narrow building 3 stories tall with loading doors at ground level, and hoists jutting from upper floors for lifting cargo. Holmes approaches cautiously, Watson and Lestrade flanking him, moving through shadows that seem to thicken as they leave the sparse gas lamps behind. A side door stands slightly ajar, suggesting recent entry, and from somewhere within comes the murmur of voices speaking Russian too quietly, for Watson to distinguish words even if he understood the language. They slip inside, finding themselves in a vast ground floor space that smells of old tea, mildew and rat droppings. Wooden crates stacked against walls create a maze of passages and hiding places. The voices are clearer now, coming from deeper within the warehouse, 2 men in conversation that sounds more like negotiation than casual chat. Holmes leads them forward, moving between crate stacks with the silence of long practice. Watson has his revolver drawn again. Lestrade's hand rests on his own weapon, and they advance as a unit toward lamplight visible through gaps in the stacked cargo. The Russian voices continue, one gruff and authoritative, presumably Captain Volkov, the other smoother, more cultivated, speaking Russian, with what even Watson can recognize as excellent fluency. They reach a position where they can observe without being seen, peering through a narrow gap between crates at a scene that looks staged for their benefit. A lamp sits on an upturned box, casting dramatic shadows. Captain Volkov stands with his back to them, a heavy man in merchant service uniform, his posture suggesting someone uncomfortable with the situation, despite being an active participant. Facing him is a tall figure in dark clothing, his face partially shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat, but his bearing unmistakably military. Straight spine, controlled movements, an air of command that civilian life hasn't fully erased. The Colonel, Watson thinks. And Holmes was right. This man carries himself like someone accustomed to authority and danger. Money changes hands, a leather satchel passing from the Colonel to Volkov, who opens it briefly to verify contents before nodding with satisfaction. Their conversation continues in Russian, and Watson catches Holmes leaning forward slightly, straining to hear. His friend's Russian is functional, though not fluent, enough to follow discussions if they speak clearly enough. Then the Colonel says something that makes Volkov stiffen, his posture shifting from relief at payment received to alarm. The Russian captain responds sharply, his tone questioning, and the Colonel replies with words that sound like reassurance, but carry an undertone that Watson's military instincts recognize as threat. He's telling Volkov that the documents have been discovered. Holmes whispers, his voice barely audible. Somehow he knows we're here. This is a trap. And as if summoned by those words, the lamp suddenly extinguishes, plunging the warehouse into absolute darkness, and the Colonel's voice rings out in perfect English. Good. Evening, Mr. Holmes. I've been expecting you. Darkness in the warehouse is absolute for perhaps 3 heartbeats. That stretched moment where eyes haven't adjusted, and every sound becomes magnified. The scrape of boots on wood, Watson's own breathing too loud in his ears, the creak of old timber settling under its own weight. Then shapes begin to emerge from blackness, vague suggestions of crate stacks and structural pillars. The faint rectangle of the door they entered through, admitting just enough ambient light from distant street lamps to provide minimal orientation. "Stay together," Lestrade hisses, his voice tight with the controlled tension of a man operating outside his usual environment. "Holmes, can you—" But Holmes is already moving, not away from danger, but toward where the Colonel's voice originated. His logic, perhaps, that confrontation is inevitable, so delay only grants advantage to their quarry. Watson follows because leaving Holmes to face unknown threats alone violates every principle of their partnership, and Lestrade follows because he's committed now, too deep into the situation to retreat without resolution. They navigate through darkness that seems to resist movement, every step requiring faith that the floor ahead is clear, every shadow potentially concealing threat. Watson's revolver is raised, though firing blindly in these circumstances risks hitting Holmes or Lestrade as easily as their target. The warehouse has gone silent. No voices, no footsteps, just the ambient sound of London at night filtering through walls and the rasp of their own breathing. Then, from above and behind them, a match flares. The sudden light reveals a figure on the second-floor catwalk, and Watson recognizes the silhouette immediately. Military bearing, that distinctive hat, the Colonel positioned where he can observe them while remaining beyond easy reach. The match moves to a lamp, illuminating features for the first time. A man, perhaps 50 years old, clean-shaven, with the weathered face of someone who spent years in harsh climates, and eyes that assess them with the cold calculation of a professional evaluating threats. "Forgive the theatrics," the Colonel says, his English accent cultivated, educated, with just the faintest trace of something else beneath it, Russian, perhaps, or time spent abroad bleeding into native speech patterns. "But I've learned that controlling the environment controls the conversation. You are indeed Sherlock Holmes, I presume. Your reputation precedes you, though I confess I'd hoped to conclude my business and depart before your involvement became problematic." "Your hopes, like your plans, appear to have fallen short," Holmes replies, his voice carrying through the warehouse with remarkable calm given their circumstances. "The submarine plans are recovered, Captain Volkov's first mate is cooperating with authorities, and you are currently surrounded. Inspector Lestrade has reinforcements arriving. Momentarily, your options are limited to surrender or flight, and flight from a second-story catwalk while pursued by police seems inadvisable." The Colonel smiles, though there's no humour in it. "You're bluffing about reinforcements, Mr. Holmes. I've been watching the dock gates. No additional constables have arrived, and your inspector brought only a handful of men, most now occupied securing the Neva. It's just the three of you, and I'm afraid Captain Volkov has already departed through a back exit I'd arranged precisely for such contingencies." He shifts position slightly, and Watson sees his hand rest on something at his belt. A weapon, certainly. "So perhaps my options are broader than you suggest." "Your Russian intelligence," Holmes says, not a question but a statement delivered with certainty. "Okrana, most likely, operating in London under deep cover. The language skills, the tradecraft, the connections to arrange document theft from secure government facilities all point to professional training rather than common criminality. What I haven't determined is whether you were the actual thief or merely the coordinator facilitating others' work. Does it matter? The plans were acquired, arrangements were made for their transfer, and until your interference, everything was proceeding smoothly. Britain would have lost a strategic advantage, Russia would have gained valuable intelligence, and the great game between empires would have shifted incrementally in our favour. All very civilised, really. No violence, no bloodshed, just information changing hands as it has for centuries. The Colonel's tone carries a note of professional pride, spiritu detective, acknowledging the opposition's skill while defending his own methods. "Civilised," Watson echoes, unable to contain his anger. "You call stealing secrets that protect British sailors civilised? Those submarine designs represent lives saved, tactical advantages that keep our navy effective. What you've done isn't civilised. It's treachery, plain and simple. From your perspective, Dr. Watson. From mine, I'm serving my country's interests with no less dedication than you served in Afghanistan. We're all patriots to someone, all traitors to others. The difference is merely which flag you salute." The Colonel's hand moves, and suddenly he's holding a revolver, not aimed but ready. "Which brings us to our current impasse. I can't allow you to arrest me. My work in London would be finished, my network exposed, years of carefully constructed cover destroyed. You can't allow me to escape. Professional pride, if nothing else, demands you attempt to prevent it. So what happens now?" The standoff stretches, tension building like pressure behind a dam. Watson's mind races through scenarios, none particularly promising. The Colonel has high ground, adequate light to shoot by, and the advantage of position. They could rush the stairs to the catwalk, but he'd have clear shots at anyone, attempting it. They could wait for actual reinforcements, but the Colonel surely has escape routes planned. They could. Holmes's whistle cuts through Watson's tactical calculations, 3 sharp blasts that echo through the warehouse like auditory flares. The signal to Lestrade's men, Watson realises, but also something more. A bluff called, forcing the Colonel to decide whether Holmes was truthful about reinforcements, or whether this is desperation disguised as confidence. The Colonel's expression shifts, calculation visible in his eyes. He makes his decision with the speed of someone trained to act under pressure, moving quickly along the catwalk toward the rear of the warehouse, where stairs descend into shadows. Watson fires once, aiming high to avoid killing a man who might yet be captured, and the bullet spangs off metal railing near the Colonel's position, but doesn't slow his retreat. "After him," Lestrade shouts, unnecessarily since Holmes and Watson are already moving, navigating the ground floor maze while above them the Colonel's boots thunder on metal catwalk. They reach the rear stairs just as the Colonel descends, taking steps 3 at a time with the reckless speed of someone fleeing certain capture. The back door bursts open, admitting cold night air and revealing an alley beyond. The Colonel plunges through with Watson and Holmes close behind, emerging into a narrow passage between warehouses where the darkness is nearly absolute. Footsteps echo off brick walls, making direction uncertain, but Holmes charges forward with Watson following, and Lestrade bringing up the rear, all three running through darkness toward a quarry who knows this territory better than they do. They burst from the alley onto a wider street where gas lamps provide illumination, and Watson sees the Colonel 50 yards ahead, running with the endurance of a trained operative. But here their luck shifts. 2 constables appear from around a corner, responding to Holmes's whistle, and they see the fleeing figure, the pursuers behind him, and move to intercept with the efficient teamwork of the Metropolitan Police. The Colonel tries to dodge, but Watson puts on a burst of speed born of Afghan campaigns and rugby matches, closing the distance with desperate effort. He launches himself in a tackle that would make his old regiment proud, bringing the colonel down hard onto cobblestones in a tangle of limbs and curses in Russian and English both. The revolver skitters away, Holmes kicks it beyond reach, and then constables are there with handcuffs, securing the colonel while he struggles briefly before accepting the inevitable, with the resigned calm of a professional caught by circumstance rather than incompetence. "You're under arrest," Lestrade announces between gasps for breath, "for theft, espionage and various other crimes that I'll enumerate properly once we're somewhere with better lighting and I can remember how to breathe normally." The colonel says nothing, his expression neutral now, already calculating what information he'll protect, what he'll trade, how much damage can be contained. Watson recognizes that look. He's seen it before in captured enemy soldiers who know they've lost the battle but still plan for the war's continuation. The sky above Baker Street has that peculiar quality of dawn in autumn, the darkness not quite lifting but rather thinning gradually, as though night is reluctant to fully surrender to day. Watson sits in his customary chair, a cup of tea growing cold in his hands, watching the street below come alive with the routine movements of a city waking. Milk deliveries, early workers trudging toward jobs, the lamplighter making his final rounds to extinguish what the growing light renders unnecessary. Holmes occupies the window seat, his violin in hand but silent, occasionally drawing the bow across strings to produce single notes that hang in the air like questions without answers. They've been home perhaps 2 hours, time enough to deliver the colonel to Scotland Yard's custody, to see the submarine plans return to Whitehall's reluctant hands, to receive Mycroft's terse thanks delivered through a subordinate too junior to convey the full weight of governmental gratitude. "He won't talk, you know," Watson says, breaking the comfortable silence. "The colonel. Men like that are trained to resist interrogation." "Oh, he'll talk eventually, they always do, given sufficient time and the right approach. But you're correct that whatever he reveals will be carefully curated, enough to appear cooperative without exposing critical networks or operations." Holmes sets down the violin, stretches his long frame. The Okhrana will already be moving to protect whatever assets his capture might compromise. By week's end, 6 businessmen and cultural attachés will have quietly left London for continental destinations, and Russian intelligence operations in Britain will reorganise around new personnel using new methods. Then we haven't really won. We've recovered stolen plans that would have cost Britain significant naval advantage. We've removed one enemy operative from active service. We've demonstrated that government facilities aren't as impregnable as complacency suggested, which will prompt security improvements. Holmes ticks these off on his fingers, his tone matter of fact. "These are victories, Watson, even if they're not total or permanent. Espionage is a continuing enterprise. We don't win or lose, we merely advance positions on an endless board." Mrs. Hudson arrives with fresh tea and breakfast. Neither man requested, but both need, clucking over their appearance like a mother when finding her chicks dishevelled. She fusses briefly before retreating, and they eat in the growing light while London fully wakes beyond the windows. "Lestrade will get his commendation," Holmes observes between bites of toast. "The Yard will issue statements about vigilant police work protecting national interests. Mycroft will ensure credit is distributed appropriately to maintain everyone's cooperation for future cases. And we—" he gestures vaguely at their sitting room, at the comfortable chaos that is their shared life. "We return to this, awaiting whatever peculiar problem next requires our attention." Watson considers this, the cyclical nature of their work, the way resolution of one case merely creates space for another to arrive. "You don't sound disappointed. Should I be? We solved the mystery, recovered the stolen property, and apprehended the culprit. What more is there?" But Holmes's slight smile suggests he understands Watson's meaning perfectly. The hunt is indeed over, and with it goes the peculiar intensity that gives his friend's life its purpose. They finish breakfast as full morning arrives, washing Baker Street in autumn light that makes even the coal smoke seem less oppressive. The city flows past their window in its endless stream, hansoms and drays, merchants and clerks, the 10,000 small movements that comprise the Empire's daily function. And somewhere in that flow, Watson knows, are mysteries yet unsolved, crimes yet uncommitted, questions waiting for someone brilliant enough and strange enough to answer them. The telegram arrives mid-morning, delivered by a boy who accepts his tip and vanishes back into London's currents. Holmes reads it, his expression shifting through interest to amusement to satisfaction. "Well?" Watson prompts. "Mycroft." confirming the submarine plans are authenticated and undamaged, expressing gratitude in his particularly emotionless way, and noting that Captain Volkov was arrested attempting to board a train to Dover. Apparently our friend Petrov's cooperation extended to revealing his captain's contingency plans. Holmes sets the telegram aside, returns to his violin. So all loose ends are tied, all accounts settled. The adventure of the stolen submarine plans concludes with Britain's naval advantages intact and her enemies thwarted. Until next time. Until next time, Holmes agrees, and draws his bow across strings, filling their sitting room with music that speaks of completion and anticipation, both, of cases concluded and mysteries yet waiting in London's fog-wrapped streets. Outside, the city continues its ancient dance, secrets and scandals and small tragedies unfolding in 10,000 rooms, while in Baker Street 2 men sit in companionable silence, ready for whatever strange tale comes knocking at their door. The game, as always, will continue, and they'll be waiting when it does. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the silver glow of London, the ocean breeze of Zanzibar, the warm lights of Barcelona, or the quiet charm of Kyoto? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night surround you, let your dreams drift softly into the stars. Sleep gently. Now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world,